Did I ping Discord? I did. I did. Is this live? It's live. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, it's live. Okay. Today, random item spawning on the train cabins. Yeah, we do have to do that. So last I saw, Repo has a way of like I don't know if they're pre-placed elements in a room. We quickly looked over like the kind of tools they have to visualize that. They got like bounding boxes that determine the size of the item and whatnot. Now we are going to have large items. For example, like that's what the balls are for. That's what these balls are for. You can't loot them, but you can pick them up, and it's like a larger scale item. So I guess the gameplay flow would be you'd have 6 items, 6 light items in your hotbar to maybe throw into the furnace, and then you go ahead and pick up a heavy object real quick and bring it to the front. So we'd have to determine the size of a space. But do I just randomly spawn items literally fucking anywhere that is like has no overlapping spaces? I know for sure we can have like lockers and then we can like put items in the locker. I think that's for sure something we can do. I think I'd also want to make those lockers large enough so a player could fit inside them. The reason for that is that would be in correlation to hiding spots, hiding from a monster, etc. So that would be a double whammy, sort of. We'd have to make it so the door of the locker can close, like you can close it while being inside of the locker. How big of a locker are we gonna need though for our guy? That's a pretty big fucking locker, man. I think repo is simply a volume that has a chance to spawn the item. Yeah. I would assume it's a chance-based thing, but are they all? I don't know if they're all pre-placed because the levels are random. But the levels aren't random in the extent where they're completely randomizing the rooms. The rooms are pre-built, I believe, and then elements within the room are random. So it could just be, it could just very well be that the items are. It gets kind of creepy in here. I'm not gonna fucking lie, dude. It could just be that. Yeah, maybe they just fuck it. And I guess that's better for players because then they don't like randomly scramble anywhere. There's a level of like you kind of start learning where item spawn points are, and it's not like you randomly looking at the fucking floors 24/7. So I guess there's some benefit to that as well. Not just randomly spawning it anywhere, but actually adding like plot points where things could spawn is probably a good idea anyways. There could be trash items that spawn on the floor randomly, mostly in set places. Could do that too. Like little random bullshits. What's the science behind item spawning? Is it like they spawn items? Is it best to spawn items around the edges of the floors? Is it best to spawn items in clumps? You know? Spawn them grouped up in a spot? Is it best to spawn items literally fucking anywhere? Like on these chairs, for example? I guess it would be a good idea to have random items that spawn on the chairs. I also want to make it so luggage can spawn. And you can drag the luggage around. And then I think that could be a really fun moment where it's like Oh, maybe the luggage is like locked, but you could break it open by fucking slamming the luggage around. I think that could be fun. It's dark in here. I'm scared. Mommy. Good thing the electrical lights don't go out in here, because I didn't add that system to this, this train cabin. Close this door. I'm actually scared. Oh my god. That shadow looked like a fucking face. It's so stupid because I know I didn't add any monsters to this game, but just seeing that actually like looked like something. Anyways, mommy. In the player's viewer, needing the player to open such look off the path to find loot. Yeah. I think it'd be fun to have luggage as well. Any sort of like storage element that requires the player to interact with it in some way could be kind of fun. Maybe even like a storage unit that requires you to like decipher it or like break it open or something. Oh my fuck! Oh, what the fuck was that? God, that scared me. What was that? It was the spraying noise. Why was it so loud? Oh, I'm getting out of here. This place is spooky, man. That made me jump. Dude, what the hell was that? I like jumped. Oh, you know what? I'm stupid. They're golden. The audio volume, I think once you jump. Yep. Once you jump on top of the train, it becomes loud as balls. So it literally spawned right underneath me. Thanks, game. Unreal. Good fucking spawn point, man. Made me shit myself. There we go. Problem solved. That won't ever happen again. Anyways, yeah, item spawning. So it definitely needs to be in the player's view. But I don't want to spawn the items in like really odd, peculiar spots. But I also have to be careful not to add too many like item spawning volumes because I guess what we need actually is each volume would not dictate if they spawn or not on their own. Otherwise, there's a large likelihood that a shit ton of items spawn in an area. We would probably use the cabin manager, this blueprint at the very top here. Maybe this would determine if how many items would spawn in the cabin, and then it would pick random spawn volumes to choose from to spawn items. So then that way each spawn point isn't doing its own dictation. If it should dictation, is that a word? It should not dictate itself, but instead something else will dictate it for it. So then that way we keep a more sophisticated amount of item spawning. So we could be like, hey, spawn 2 to 8 items in this cabin, right? Or something like that. That'd probably be the way we'd want to go about that. Let's go ahead and write some stuff. Volume BP that determines size, potential max size object that can spawn there. Volume blueprint that determines potential max size object that can spawn there. Yeah, I'm golden. Let's play repo for research. Do you want me to shit myself? The snot comes out of my nose like pfft, projectile snot. Item spawn points. What did I call that thing? Cabin manager determines which volumes to spawn items. So calls 0 items or all items to spawn in a single cabin. Yes. Okay, good note taking. Good note taking, current me. This will be extremely vital to future me. Yes, very good. Put this in progress. Put this in to do. Put this in to do. Because I haven't worked on it. Fuel ratio, impact, and speed / efficiency of the train. All right, we should probably work on that again. We should probably work on that at some. We should. Maybe good idea at some point. Yeah, possibly. Maybe. Maybe possibly good idea. Never looks at it again. Oh, don't you worry. I will. Next week. Next week. So something crazy happened. A bug got into my computer somehow, and I freaked out and took the whole thing apart to clean it and shit. Well, hey, at least you cleaned it. At least you cleaned. What got in there? A cockroach? What kind of bug got in there? What they doing up in there? What they doing up in there? What are some other things we need to do to get the game into a state? Well, the maintenance system. He debugged his PC. Mods, shoot that guy with a paperclip gun. Monsters, false maintenance system, fuel system, and the item system. I think are like main mechanics for the gameplay loop. Those are the main things. So let's go ahead and start labeling them. Core gameplay loop. Yep. Core gameplay loop. Core gameplay loop. Core gameplay loop. Corn loop. I guess hiding spots would technically be core gameplay loop as well. Okay, good. Very good. A roach laid an egg on my air cooler heatsink? What the fuck? It's a good thing you cleaned it. Good thing you cleaned it. How's your holidays, by the way? I was sick the whole time. So I worked on a physics rope and making physics straight stuff. Oh, I was sick too. I'm still sick. A professional Trello takes notes. Oh, this is by no means professional. This is as fucking slop as it gets. This is as slop as it gets. I'm taking a week of vacations and here I am working. I actually feel like when I take a vacation, I feel like I get depressed. Anybody else? Maybe it's like the core nature of my work, which is it doesn't feel like work. It's just things that I like doing. It's like a hobby to me that somehow turned into work. But I don't know. Whenever I take time off, like this weekend, I didn't feel like playing Deadlock for hours upon hours. One, I had like a headache, kinda. I tried going outside yesterday, tried touching grass. It made me feel sick. It made me feel more sick. I feel like I got more sick again because it's fucking cold as balls here. And I was like, I'm never touching grass again. Fuck grass. Who cares? Overrated. Overrated. And cringe. Yeah. I really want 1 week of vacation to get the fuck out of everything and just sleep. Maybe you should touch it with your hand instead of licking it. I did not lick the grass. I can assure you. I couldn't even see the grass. There's snow everywhere. You know, cool. I meant to ask before about how to handle interacting with and spinning objects AUE. I'm using physics handles. With the physics handle system, you can determine when you're looking at an object, you can determine where to grab it corresponding. So the pivot point of this valve is like in the center. But when I grab it from the outside, it allows me to start spinning it. It's a bit buggy though. I had somebody test it and they found it to be a little bit weird at times. So it's just grabbing it and then adding velocity, I'm pretty sure. That's a bit, yeah, it's a bit weird. It's not like the greatest thing in the world. But just grabbing things is all physics handle. One of my tasks, though, is to change the physics handle system and move it over to the physics constraint system, though. Because, I think the physics handle ignores the mass of other objects, which is funny considering that, like, static objects can get hit. So I don't really know why it just doesn't take into account the mass of other things. Like, I'm pretty sure I've tried to, like, make it heavy as shit. The fuck? Which one is it? Is it this one? I think it's this one. Let's try maybe raising the mass of it. I don't think it's gonna work though. They just freak out. It just freaks out. I don't think increasing the linear dampening would make it so they're heavier. No, they're not. Yeah, so that's one extreme downside of the physics handle system, is it almost ignores other physics objects. Whereas the physics constraint will probably be better for us. And I'm pretty sure that's what Repo does as well, some type of physics constraint, because when I saw some of their debugging, it looked like it was more so like a physics constraint, going from like their point of where their crosshair is versus like the actual point of where the item is being dragged. So, how about sleeping in the grass? Brother, it's all snow, man. It's all layers of snow and shit. I'm swapping to a new case anyway, so at least I did half the work. Which case did you get? I love my job and I want to do it all the time. If I'm not working, I feel guilty too. It's not that I feel guilty, it's just I feel like well, the thing is maybe I just don't have enough hobbies. I can play guitar, but guitar kind of... Playing the guitar, it feels like... I don't know how to, like, really practice it enough. I feel like I practice for a little bit, and then I get distraught or something, where it's like, oh, this is frustrating me. I feel like I need a hobby that has no constraints to it. I don't know what could I should maybe start reading books again. Maybe I should start reading books again. It doesn't require me to, like, sure, reading comprehension, whatever. What am I, fucking 6? So, like, maybe I should start reading again. I got, like, the whole Harry Potter series that I just have not read. Dancing? I'm not good at dancing, man. Growing up, dancing was like a thing that, I don't know, I think I got trauma with dancing. I'm sure my partner would love if I got into dancing. She would love that. Turn the brain off. Leon Lee O11 Dynamic Mini. Is this a mini? A mini ATX? Oh, that's nice. You know what? Actually, I think I've seen someone that has it. Yeah, the glass, the big glass. Yeah. Yeah, super sick. I don't really care for glass, to be honest, because most of the time my PC is in a spot where I don't even see it. Like, it's literally against the fucking wall. There's a glass on the left side, but it's against the wall. I can't even see what's inside of it. No, whatever. Just give me a metal panel so I don't have to worry about the glass breaking. I'm always worried about opening it because I'm like, dude, please, I don't want to break it. I ain't trying to get glass all on my fucking fingers and shit, you know? Item spawning system. The item spawning system. Right, random item spawning on the train cabins. Let's do a little sub-task list so that we could get started on this. Create volume BP, I guess. Let's just create that first foremost. Allow cabin manager array for item spawn volumes. Hold on, I gotta go clear my nose. Hold on, I'm gonna make a tea. I'm gonna make some tea. Give me a sec. Hey. Sorry. Forcing. Okay. Fuck, I'm dying. Hello? Whether you use my AIO or an air cooler, because the airflow is different in that case, the AIO might work better for that case. I have a big 360 millimeter cooler. Dude, I probably will never use an AIO in my life, because, like, I can't fucking trust that shit. Don't put water near my computer. Whatever the fucking liquid's in there. Honey. Vodka, or whatever. I ain't putting no liquid near my computer. Hell no. Even using an air compressor is fucking scary. You know those things that go you know, to clean your case and shit? Because those technically have liquid in them. And if you don't use them correctly, liquid comes out of that thing. Usually I think it's only if you like hold it upside down. Just don't hold it upside down. It's usually when the liquid comes out. I don't even know what the liquid is. It's like liquid air. Or something. Yeah. Shouldn't use compressed air on a PC? How the fuck do you clean it then? A vacuum? Like, what do you... How do you clean it? With tissue? Hey, good luck getting the dust off with a tissue. I have an electric air gun that works really well. Why would you shoot your computer? Why would you do that? That's crazy. You wouldn't shoot your computer. Should buy a vacuum, but instead of it sucking, it blows. What? Wait. Yeah. A reverse vacuum. Which is probably just an air gun. Which now I'm learning is a thing. Okay. All right. Chop chop. Let's get some work going. Yeah. Just turn the vacuum upside down. Brother, that's not how that... What? What? Is that how that works? No, that's not how that would work. I don't know. Is that how that works? Put it on Wumbo? Dude, I haven't done a Perforce submit. Look at all these pluses, bro. What is going the fuck on, man? Last time I did a Perforce submit was before we made the lamps, which I'm pretty sure was last week. I have an electric air duster and it works amazingly. How do you guys have all this shit? You guys call me rich and you got like fucking air guns and shit? Dude, what the hell? And then you guys call me fucking random shit. Okay. Create a volume blueprint. The cabin manager array for the item spawn volumes. The cabin manager choosing which volumes at random to spawn items to. Yes, yes, yes. Very good, very good. So, coming from the rich fuck who just made his tea from an electric kettle. Okay, listen here, fucker. The kettle is not that expensive, and if anything, that's a pretty poor person thing, I guess. Bro, I just microwave my water? Brother, at least you got a microwave, motherfucker. You privileged mother... Mods, get these privileged motherfuckers out of here. At least you have a microwave. I do too. Anyways, it's not a competition. I'm on it. Thank you, Mod. Where am I? Cabin manager choosing which volumes at random to spawn items to. Is this literally it? Wait, hold on. This is it. Wait, how do you... So, you have an actual mod? Yeah, I'm that person's my intern mod now. That's yeah. They didn't choose to be, but they are now. How do you keeping the YouTube channel secure? Oh, trust me, we need that. No, I mean it. There's some weird motherfuckers out there. There's some really questionable motherfuckers out there, let me tell you. They should not have a computer or a device that allows them to speak online. Let me tell you, man. There's some... We aren't weird. There's some weird Twitch chatters, but not as often as YouTube chat. YouTube chat gets a little... It's... Yeah. Yeah, I tell you. Yeah. Yeah. So my question was, before I got caught off guard, which is like every 3 minutes right now, how do I, rather than creating an array of random data assets, can I randomly find a data asset of type and then like, or am I going to have to create a data table with all of these data assets associated to that? Don't tell me I have to do that. I'm going to freak out. Probably. Don't shrug. Don't, you're not helping. Can I please find a random data asset? The asset manager can automatically find primary data assets. Yes. The asset manager. And I'm pretty sure I am using primary data assets. Let me double check. Where the fuck I am? Asset manager. Items. Maybe I should have called it just item. Not items, but item. And then it's looking in the directory items. Yes. Yes. Always cook. Yes. Very good. Always cook. Data asset D's, drag and drop Unreal asset flipping fake dev. Fi, get out of YouTube chat. What are you doing? Are you trying to make the YouTube unhinged? Listen, we don't need that. Some random guy's just gonna appear in YouTube chat, say a slur, and then think it's funny, okay? Don't worry. You don't need to be the one to do that. And in fact, I would appreciate it if you were not the one to do that. Let me rephrase. It would be much appreciated. Hold on, tea break. A break after me not doing anything. Okay, so how do I access the asset manager? And choose an asset from the asset manager. We have a primary asset list. Load a list of primary asset objects into memory. This will cause them to stay loaded until explicitly... Oh, I don't want that. Sorry, but I'm going to say it. Obadoba. What the hell? He's crazy. You can't just say that. I'm already the butt end of butt end joke of discrimination. My messages aren't even appearing on stream. Okay, whose stream did you get banned from that is causing your messages to not even appear? Actually, are any YouTube chat messages appearing on the... I actually don't think any YouTube has it. YouTube. Oh, you. Or they were? I don't know what happened, dude. They certainly are. I don't know why. Dude, I don't know what's going on. Okay, what is the node to access and grab an array of all assets in a list? Am I going fucking crazy? Asset manager, async change. Oh, is it bundle? I think it is bundle. Or it's asset list, but I don't want to load everything in the asset list. Returns a list of primary asset IDs for primary asset type. What is async? Asynchronous. So asynchronous basically means it's going to do everything. It's going to do everything in best way of saying it. It's going to do it not in order, but it's going to do everything like multiple things at once. Whereas synchronous is it's going to do one thing, then the next thing, then the next thing, then the next thing. Asynchronous is yeah, and parallel. There you go. Good word. Very good word. Yeah, you know words better than I do. Yeah. Oh, see, YouTube chat is working. It's just for some reason Fi's messages weren't going through. Am I actually a shadow ban? Oh, now it's working. No, you're good, man. You're fine. Doesn't happen in a single frame equals asynchronous. Yeah, exactly. It happens not necessarily in a specified order because one thing could complete before another thing. I don't do that much asynchronous stuff. Load primary asset. I think it's get primary asset ID list. I think this is it. I think this will spit out all of the items in the game. Yes. Okay. But keep that there. I might need it later. So, we need to create a blueprint called item spawn volume. Yeah, just call it that. BP underscore item spawn volume. Sorry, I forgot to let those messages through. My intern is currently locked up with a lot of work right now, so things are kind of behind. It do be busy around here. It do be busy. Okay. 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 Okay, so how are we going to determine which items are too big? How do we give them classifications? We need to classify them. And then I'm pretty sure when you go through this loop, you don't actually load whatever's in the data asset. So do I technically have to load literally every item? Oh no. Oh no. I take it back. Are you sure you want to send this? Are you sure you want to send this? So primary asset ID, I'm pretty sure does not. Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry you had to see that. For some stupid reason, sometimes Unreal just chooses to turn my right click instead of it a pan, it turns into a zoom. I don't know why. Okay, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, how do I do a classification of object sizes without fully loading? Oh, shit. I gotta load into memory every single item? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking the name could have big, small, medium. Or use asset registry tags. Asset registry tags. Asset registry tags. Let me search it up. Googling? I'm Googling. Asset registry tags. Oh, didn't we do this in the other game? No, I think we did this in Suit for Hire. Now I remember. I think. Yeah, I've been doing C++. It's not like a problem for me. It's just called the other game now. No, for a moment I thought it was the Sword Demon game, but then I remembered it was Suit for Hire where we did some asset stuff. Yeah, like, okay, here's the thing. We can load each item. It's not a problem. Everything that's in there that's a hard reference is technically just text. So the other things, I'm pretty sure the mesh and the texture are soft object references. And I'm pretty sure even the item is a soft object reference as well. In fact, to the point where when you pick this up, there's a short delay before the item appears because it has to load it in. Probably should do that differently, but yeah. So I think we could probably load this in without an issue. That being said, I would like to learn this. So asset registry tags. Is it tags and values? F asset data object returned from the asset registry contain a name and a value map called tags and values. This is a list of property names and associated values for the F asset data represents. An asset is saved and stored in the header of the U asset file that contains the asset. Is this what I'm looking at? Tags and values? Am I looking at the right thing? Or is there something else I'm supposed to be looking for? Asset registry tags. I don't think this is specific to the tags. How would you adjust a tag for a data asset? Like, where would that actually even occur? Er? 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 So asset registry tags. Let me see if I can. Are they called asset registry tags? Or are they called asset metadata? Is it? What am I looking for here? What's the actual terminology of it? And where do I even modify a tag for an asset? There's a uProperty keyword called asset registry searchable, where you overload a function of C++. How do you how would one modify the tag in the actual data asset? Do you have to like create a variable in here that then can be read without having to actually load this thing? That's one part I'm a little confused about in terms of workflow. Is there a different way to provide some sort of tag or metadata that is not associated with the actual? Is it in asset actions? Show metadata. Ah, it marks the variable to be saved in the asset registry automatically, so just modify. Ah, so you just modify it in here, and then it is accessible outside of requiring to load the actual object. Of course, or not object, but data asset. Okay. Interesting. There's a uProperty keyword called asset registry searchable. You overload a function C++. Okay. So I am looking for asset registry searchable. Hello from the future. You might have already found the solution, but I am leaving a reply here for people who are having trouble 4 years later. Using an asset registry searchable tag, mark the uProperty with this tag. Get the F asset data of the asset, for example, from Asset Manager. Retrieve the value of B legendary item without loading the whole asset. So I'm going to have to create a function library for this. I'm going to have to probably create a function library for this. Pretty sure. So I'd have to create a function that reads the value in C++ and then returns whatever the value is. So what are the downsides of doing this? Like, I guess you could abuse it, and you have, I guess, would all of that information be loaded in at all times? So you'd only really want to keep it for like text, etc., etc. Like, what's the downside of this? If any. There's always a downside. If I learn something with Unreal, there's always a downside. Casually asks as touching C++ wasn't the downside itself. Listen, I'm not allergic to C++. I ain't allergic to it. Was this the... Oh, no, this is a different page. I'm not allergic to C++. C++ is allergic to me. Well said. Well said. Well said. We just have to put a reference to Skeletal Mesh, which is this. Or get some, yeah. One thing I'm excited about is Epic has an experimental plugin for adding variables and data to the asset registry tags for assets without C++. I feel like that should be a given. You know what I mean? Like that should definitely be like, and considering how like easy it is to do in C++, it's just a specifier or whatever. I feel like that's that should be something that can be done in Blueprint for sure. But that being said, once you get it set up in C++, and either way, you probably want to do your data asset in C++ anyways. It's not that bad. It ain't too bad. But anytime I don't have to open up Writer and then rerun the engine is always a good time. Oh yeah, they're loading everything by doing that. Okay. It seems like I'm gonna have to create a it seems I'm gonna have to create a function to read from the asset because I can't cast into the object. I'm gonna have to do whatever this guy's saying. Retrieve the value without loading the whole asset. Yeah. So where did he put this? Get tag value. Wait. I can do that in Blueprint. Uh-oh. But that requires a object reference. Not good. Not good. This spits out the primary asset ID. This spits out asset data. The asset registry will give you asset data. But then at that point, it's not using the asset manager, right? Is this technically not using the asset manager? The asset registry is built on top of the asset manager. Which one should I use? Get assets. By class, by package name, by path. I would ideally want to use the asset ID list. Get ancestor class names. What the fuck? I guess we could just do by package name. We could also do by class. But then isn't this literally searching the entire project? Use asset ID, then use asset manager approach. And make a C++ function for filtering. You want to try the asset registry tags and use asset registry. Does a hash search? So yes and no, it's already sorted. I wouldn't mind just using this. Doesn't this spit out a path? No, it doesn't. Wait, no, it does. Wait, no, I'm pretty sure this does spit out a path. Get class, get current bundle, get object for primary, get is to string. Let's see if maybe the asset registry has. Yeah. There's also async load primary asset. At that point, then we don't need to do any of the tag stuff because then we'd load everything anyways. Which, like, I'm not too worried about it because there's no, like, major amount of memory in the data assets. Most of it's just text and numbers and a struct and whatnot. So it's not like a huge fucking deal. These are soft. This is soft. Actually, let's double check. Soft class pointer, soft object pointer, soft object pointer. Yeah, everything else is just text. Floats, booleans, a struct. Not a huge deal. Making a game that has the same concept of gameplay as Super Hire. Any tips? Any tips? Play test often. And I would say a tip I would give is try to find a, even though your core gameplay might be like shooting and shit like that, try to find something that breaks it up. Because I think one problem that Super Hire has is that's literally all it is, just shooting shit. And it becomes very monotonous, and it also kind of desensitizes the player. And then the shooting isn't as impactful anymore. That was one big design flaw that I have with Super Hire, which is why I kind of like want to take a step back away from it, because it's just so, it has that issue. So honestly, we could probably just asynchronously load everything. Has in-depth melee combat, parry mechanic, and more. I would I think that stuff is great. I think it's good. But I think it still is combat. I feel like Hotline Miami does like their way of doing it, which is by breaking things up with a little. Well, they have their score screen, but they also have like a little bit of like random story elements that kind of breaks up the combat. I think something to break up the combat is something I would have done for Super for Hire. Obviously, not something that's like monotonous. It's like, oh, well, now I gotta run. Well, like Uncharted does that technically. Uncharted is a good example of like breaking things up into different chunks. All right, the tags are cool and would probably be necessary in a different scenario. Or if we find that loading all of these things at once is not a good idea. Why is this an array? So this is just one whole... In short, Future Crimson, you're boned. Yeah, I think... Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of other things we could have improved with Super Hire, but I think that's one core thing that I think, like, is just kind of... It would take way too much time to fix it in its current state, and I don't think it's really worth it at this point. Mainly focusing on combat? No, I get you. I get you. Asset. So we get an ID list. Don't think that's necessary if we can just load everything all at once. I'm pretty sure that's like async bundle. No, async load. I guess it's just a list. I don't know why it's an array though. Can I load a primary asset list without it being an array? I guess it doesn't matter. I could just do one thing. No big deal. I guess the beauty is if we have one volume that loads everything, everything's already loaded into memory. Could we, in theory, like, I don't know if it matters, but if we wanted to free up some memory, I guess we could just unload the objects that haven't been spawned. I don't know how we would determine that. This is where I would like to. Yeah, this is where having the tags is a lot nicer in this scenario. Maybe we give all the items a prefix in the name, and then that could be our tag for the size of the item. We give it a prefix like 0, 1, 2, 3. You would load, filter them, and unload the ones that fail the filter. Yeah, it's just kind of a little ridiculous. So basically, for those that don't know what I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to figure out how do we load certain item types that we want to load. And some items will be large, some items will be small. So I want to try to find a way of not necessarily loading every single object into memory, which we can, and we can have variables here. But ideally, I think it would be probably more responsible to find a way that it reads from the asset registry tag, and then it determines if it should load from there, rather than loading everything in the game. That being said, it's not like a huge amount of data. I don't think it would be the worst thing ever, but yeah. What do your primary asset ID strings look like, by the way? Like, what does the asset manager return? Which one is the ID? Would it just be the name? I think it would just be the name, right? Let's do this. I'll just put this in here for this one. Let me just plop one of these in the space. And then let's see what it says. Items. Hold on. Let's try the asset name because that's just the type name. It is giving the raw. It's giving the raw value, like the actual name of the object. At least. Why is that not in my output log? The fuck? Hello? Here it is, yeah. It's just the name of the object. Unless that's not the actual ID string, but that is the asset name at least. So I could, in theory, just slap like a prefix to this. Like 0_item _ fire extinguisher. Or it could be at the end. It could be item _ fire extinguisher _0. And 0 could mean small. 1 could mean medium. 2 could mean large. Like that could be one way of doing it. What's some other, but let's see. What's some other filters? I guess rarity would be a filter. Oh, fuck. We'd need two different things then. Rarity could potentially be a factor as well. S number for size, so you're encoding it. Oh, so like S0 _ R, S0 R, whatever. R being rarity, size being whatever. How's this slop going? Oh, it's slopping in. It's slopping in. We're figuring out how to, we're going to do item spawning, but I'm also kind of being proactive about future-proofing it. So dealing with rarities, and then let me actually write down. Okay, so tag / data needed preload. Size of object, small, medium, large. Size of the object. Ideally, the size of the object isn't actually even 0, 1, 2, or 3. It's a float value that contains maybe the sphere radius of it. But that might not work because some things could be tall, some things could be wide. So that might be best with a vector, honestly, a bounding box. Yeah, I think we do want to go with the tags. Size of the object, rarity. What are some other potential things? I think we are going to go with the, I want to do the asset registry tags and figure out how we could get that working. Like, I could probably just make a function for it. I don't know where this is actually being done, though. Distinction between inside/outside spawnable items. Oh, right. That would be, well, maybe not like inside/outside spawnable items, but there is another factor, which is item type. Maybe certain areas we want specific items versus others, or do we just go wacky with it? Like a bathroom item could spawn literally anywhere, or a, you know what I mean? Do we want to go that deep into it as well, where it's like certain item types have more chance of spawning in like it's like actual contextual area? So if you walk into like an industrial kind of space with like storage and stuff, maybe you have a chance of actually like seeing other types of shit. Or is that too deep into the... Are we not slop enough? Is it not slop enough? I don't know. I like that idea because then if we have the kitchen being a spawned thing, then we can spawn food in the kitchen. And then players, if they pass by the kitchen, will know, hey, there's food in here that we can use for specific gameplay elements. Like, for example, Jimmy, who requires food. Or I guess anything. You could technically feed him anything. But I think ideally we'd want to make it so food has a higher level of importance. How do you plan to place this in the levels of the question? Because it could be handled by how you reference it. It's more the designer than the system trying to house all the data and automatically filter it. I'm thinking this would be a box collider, just as like a preview thing from an editor standpoint. And then that box could determine what kind of size of objects could spawn within that zone. If not, maybe multiple. I'm thinking that's kind of how we're going to do is like a box defining the space of what kind of object could fit there, etc., etc. Yeah. Well, we could just give everything just a flat out distinction, like tall, big, wide, big, some shit, type shit, I don't know. An early morning stream, what is this level of productivity? Oh, don't you worry, we haven't even gotten a single thing done in these 2 hours. How do you want to author what pics for that box so you're not getting stuff that doesn't fit the area? Yeah, like that's where the tags, I guess, would come in. But now I'm thinking about it, can these variables actually be... Well, this is a Boolean. So I think it can be other value types. So this could, in theory, be a vector. Be gameplay tags. Yeah, they could be gameplay tags. Would I want to do a vector, though? Because then if I do a vector... Is that complicating things? For the vector, I'd have to read from the static mesh. Or I'd have to manually put in the size of the object in the vector, which would suck. And then I guess, so the designer would have to, in theory, every time we put a volume, we'd have to define what kind of item area it is. It could be general, so anything. I think we're going to just keep it very sloppy, though. But maybe we could have it, I don't know. It would be nice to define things and then, like, for example, food. Because then that could be interesting from a gameplay standpoint. That could be interesting from a gameplay standpoint. Okay, well, let's just... let's get started with this first. Um, hold on, hold on. We need rarity. Rarity could be an integer, could be a float. Let's just make it a float. Blue. Yes, of course. That's exactly what I want to complete. Thank you, writer. Thank you, AI. Stupid fuck. And then what was it? What was it again? What was the metadata again? Hold on. It is asset registry searchable. Rarity. Okay. Okay. Oh no, this isn't a struct. Is this how you do an enum? I forgot how to do an enum. Oh, is it enum? Oh, I put a struct in there. I haven't made a struct in this project yet. Okay. I remember. Okay. Why is this? Oh. Torturing yourself with C++. What kind of monster are you? Oh, dude, I've been doing C++ a little bit. I've been deep in it. General medical food. What other object types might we potentially care for? I think general would just be junk. General. Mechanical? Why use enum here instead of gameplay tag? Like, I guess we could use gameplay tags to define object types. Like, I don't think there's anything necessarily right or wrong. I think I just want each item to have its own specific distinction. Hello from Switzerland. Are you in Switzerland right now, Zen? Oh, hell yeah, dude. How's the game dev going today? I've gotten nothing done. We're getting things done. Mechanical, maybe. Valuables, who's only used for selling or whatever. I did think about valuables because then it could be kind of cool. Maybe there's like an area that's kind of like object rich, which I think is different from general. And general could be kind of junk. What if you need an object with two types? Then we're fucked. Yeah, I guess we could use gameplay tags. I don't know. I don't really. It doesn't matter much, honestly. Like, it doesn't really matter too much. I could see the gameplay tag container being better. Maybe. Really hot. Came for a few days to see my coworkers starting a new job. I'll go back though. Ah, very nice. Whatever. We'll just do a gameplay tag. Fuck it. Good point. Whatever. Moving on. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Item types? Item tags? Because there might be different types of item tags associated with it as well. Because what if we want something to be, yeah, that might be where we, this might be where we, that being said, if the item's already spawned, when we've already spawned it in, we've already loaded it in, technically is not necessarily, if something is asset registry searchable, it is also readable by default, just like a normal variable, right? It seems that way at least, based on how I'm looking at it. So we could just read from item tags if like something is explosive or whatnot. Blah, 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 blah. So that could be where we place those things. If something is explosive, if something is flammable, if something can break. Yeah. That'd probably be where we would place it. So multi-purpose. So we got rarity, item tags, and then we need object size. Is object size going to be a vector or just an int? Does a volume, do we allow a volume to spawn multiple items within the volume or just one item? Every item is a physics object. So we can't really clip. Do you need sizes or could it just be an enum, small, medium, big? That's the thing. I don't know. I guess simplifying it would be just an enum. A vector would allow for more granularity. Whatever. Let's just make it. How does the inventory work? Do you Tetris stuff? No, not at all. Small, medium, large, medium, tall, large, tall. Okay. I guess we'd want a small, thin, tall. Like a broom could be thin, tall, for example. Or a stick. Yeah. Okay, thin, tall. Sure. I believe this asset is already including the structs. Yep. So we just need to take this. E item size. Item size. Yeah, the inventory is very basic. I don't want to. I didn't want to get too crazy with it because like I don't want the game to be too big of a case of like, you know, sorting. You know, the most you could do is like move where things are, so then that way you can customize where things are in here. But that's about as far as it goes. I don't want to like sort anything. There are things you can't loot, like this is too heavy or too big. So there are going to be objects that are too big. But yeah. Your Code Slasher. Are we going to a different game from the one you started at the end of 2025 with combat? It's a different game. I wasn't feeling very confident in that project. I'm here. Begone, fire. Glizzy action. Okay. Yeah, maybe I open that up later, see how I feel about it now. maybe that could be an interesting paradigm where I like look back at it and I'm like, ah, you know what? It's actually not that bad. Okay, so asset registry searchable. We got rarity. We have item tags, and then we have item size. I think that's more than enough to dictate what kind of objects should spawn where. What's this new game about? It is a multiplayer co-op. It's a co-op horror survival game, I guess, would be the best way of defining it. You and your friends have to keep a train operational, going from station to station. Meanwhile, there are very interesting passengers on board. Yeah. So kind of Repo, Lethal Company-esque. Inspiration from like Snowpiercer, Half-Life a little bit. Big focus on like having fun with friends, you know, lots of like interactability. That kind of stuff is like the big focuses, I would say. So while not too much like a physics game like Repo might be, you know, it still has elements of like physics and stuff, like dragging stuff around and whatnot. Will there be NPCs on the train apart from monsters? Technically, yeah. Maybe not on the train. Like, we got the black market guy who will pass by on his own kind of little train. If we end up doing the fucking pump cart, that'll be hilarious. There might be some friendlies. Did we have that as an idea in the monsters list? Like, the goblin just pickpockets you. We got landmines. It's not really an NPC, but it's kind of it's an NPC, at least on paper. Yeah. Passengers to barter with? Maybe we could. You know, it'd be a funny monster if you get caught by like a poker table manager, and then you got to play poker for your life, or blackjack. You suddenly a blackjack table appears in front of you. You have to play blackjack and survive. Brought to like a fucking like second dimension. You are brought to the casino dimension. That'd be funny, dude. Music just starts playing, and then if you lose, the music goes. It's over. You're busted. You get put into Gamba jail. And the only way to get out is if the train randomly comes on the side, and then you can get your debts can be paid off by your friends if they so choose. That would be a funny monster. Instead of it being an insta-death, there's a chance that your friends could bring you back if they actually find you to be valuable enough. The thing is, though, in theory, like, it doesn't matter, because if that player will just respawn at the next station anyways. So there's not really enough urgency there to get your friend out of Gamba jail. Like, there's not like that much urgency to get them out necessarily. Okay, so we got item size, tags, rarity. Great. That's fantastic. But now we need a function for that. What is this part, though? F asset data, U asset manager, get if valid, get primary asset data, primary asset ID, asset data. Do I need to put that here? Do I need to put that in there? Is that something I have to do there? I'm not sure. Get the F asset data of the asset, for example, from the asset manager, and then retrieve the value of the legendary item without loading the whole asset. Chat, remind me, in C++, can you only have one input node, or is it one out? It's just one output node, right? You can't do multiple outputs? Oh, fuck. Or it's like annoying to have multiple outputs? What was the shtick there? Is it multiple outputs that's annoying to do? I guess you could turn it into a struct. Balls. Balls. Unless maybe it is fine to just do multiple outputs. I'm sure it's not that big of a deal, right? Because I need to output all of this shit. Get the F asset data of the asset. So, interesting. Okay, so the next question is, Okay, we have our asset registry searchable. Do I have to create a function library to read from these? So I could just go, hey, take the primary asset ID or whatever is needed. One output value type, but you can still output multiple stuff using input parameters. The annoyance level depends on if you want it to be blueprintable or not. I just want it to be like a middleman. Hey, feed in asset ID or whatever the fuck we need to do this. Spit out thing. Spit out all of the 3 variables that we have associated. I recommend using a struct then. Okay. It's going to be kind of annoying because unless I think we do have the item asset. Yeah, we have it as a forward declaration or whatever the fuck this is called. We could just do it in there. Do I need a function library, or can I technically just put that function in here? Into this header file? I guess it's a U object of type train route structs. I guess that wouldn't work. I should probably just make a function library and not be lazy. Probably shouldn't be lazy. Well, let's start with the first thing. Which is, let's create a struct for this. What do we call it? We call it F item search tags. And then we've got edit anywhere, blueprint read write. Yeah. So first we got rarity. Let's just do this. I'll just copy paste this. This is probably gonna yell at me because I need to include it. So we got E item size, item size. Okay, so that's all we need for that one. And then in here, we need to add a class, which is the function library, which is probably in here. Blueprint function library. Okie dokie. And then in here, create function library. Yeah, of course. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, good idea, stupid fuck. So, God, I still get this. I still get this confused. Beginning is the output. The brackets is the inputs. So in here, we want to hashtag include structs. Inputs can be outputs. Okay, listen here, fucker. Okay, we follow the laws of physics here. All right. We don't do any of that shit. So the thing here is going to be f item search tags is going to be, and then I guess we could just do get item search tags. Search, sure. And then the input is going to be, here they're using f asset data. That's common. It's not an insane thing. I know. I just don't fucking. I can't wrap my head around it. I can't wrap my head around it. Can I possibly use an? Can I possibly use the? So when I do the primary asset ID list, this spits out a primary asset ID. Can I possibly use the primary asset ID as an input? Is that enough? Because here they're using asset data, or F asset data. So how do I convert a primary asset ID into asset data so that I could just follow this code that this person did? Let's see what the blueprint equivalent would be. This creates it from a U object. Oh boy, no. This creates it from asset data, which I knew. I wish I knew what that did. The asset manager has a function in C++ for getting the asset data of a primary asset ID. Okay, we could just do that then, which I believe is just f text. In this case, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, maybe not. This technically should be yelling at me that we haven't defined it. I guess it doesn't matter. All right, now it's yelling at me because no return statement. Yeah, okay, listen here, motherfucker. Jeez. Okay. I'm just gonna, just so I can just fuck off. Why is it doing that as the return? Okay, so I guess we'll do it this way. And now we need to convert the F primary asset ID into asset data. So let's see. If I type out asset data, can I see what kind of like functions are exposed to me? Okay, how do I see, this is the thing with C++ is like I wish it had like a way to search functions, because then I get into territory where I'm like, and I'm not sure how to. I guess we could do asset manager. Uh-huh. If I type out ID, determine primary asset ID for object new. Distilled water with ice? What the fuck? It's a fancy ass cat. Get asset data. Control Shift T. Did that show me like all of the kind of... Oh, it doesn't show me a preview. Hey, Gib. Super random, just wanted to pick your brain. How would you go about a pedestrian system? I've been looking at maps, but the documentation is turd water. Oof, that is a territory that I have not wandered into. What even is asset data? Yeah, I've seen people do it in different ways. I think one of the big ones is using Niagara is one way of doing it. And then using, rather than using skeletal meshes for any of your pedestrians, you're actually using, what's it called? Vertex animations, textures, VATs, or whatever it's called. That's one way of going about it. How do I turn a asset ID into asset data? Gets the F asset data for a primary asset with a specified type / name. That would be this. What the fuck? But then it requires a second. It requires asset data. It's get primary asset data. Primary asset ID. No. Yeah, it has a second parameter, which is the asset data. It's also for some reason just a Boolean. The second parameter is the output. Ah. Why does it do this? I had a feeling. I was looking at it and I was like, Because then I looked at it and I was like, why is it a Boolean? So the Boolean is just if it successfully did it or not. Yeah. Exactly, Gib. Yeah, you probably, when it comes to crowds, I feel like you want to try to push as much as possible probably on the GPU than on the CPU. Just because of the sheer number of things you're probably going to have. I hit a great milestone today. My WFC algorithm made in Unreal is now super fast. It's usable. Hey, hell yeah. How does it look, Hellcat? I imagine you probably haven't done too much visual work on it just yet, right? Or you could be like Assassin's Creed Unity and push it on the CPU. Didn't that game run fine, though? I feel like I didn't have any... Like, there were other bugs in it, but... I feel like it ran okay. Okay, so now the asset data has been set. Should I possibly use the Boolean here to check if it was successful? That might be a good idea. Whatever. What's the worst that could happen? Game crashes? Possibly. Okay. Good shout. So I was kind of going in the right direction. I just didn't understand that the second value is a setter. How much visual stuff? Yeah, I need to start making models for it now. Just testing it with Kenny meshes. Gotcha. At launch, it was horrible. They did a lot of optimization of crowd LED processing. I feel like AC Unity was kind of fun. Are people too critical of small bugs and issues they face that are 1 in 10,000 chance these days, or am I the crazy one? Honestly, Suit for Hire, even though it has so many bugs, or like it has bugs and issues, there are people that overlook it. There's obviously going to be people that are critical. I feel like people are more critical about a game that has had huge public publicity. Like, I feel like people are more critical about games that got a game award or like an award because they already know going into it, the large expectation going into it. I feel like that's why I'm kind of scared when people make YouTube videos of Super Hire. I think it's great, but I think some of them hype it up, and then when people play it, they're expecting this like grand slam experience. But it's, you know, it's just my first goofy game. Okay, let's get some code going. Okay, so how do I modify a struct? All right, it's time to get to the fun section of the game. F name, asset registry searchable property name equals get member name checked, U object, B legendary item. What the fuck? Huh? What is the asset registry searchable property name? Oh, God. Asset registry searchable property name equals get member name checked. What is this? Get member name checked. There's two values in here. Class name and then member name. Class name and member name. Where would I get the class name from here? I guess I could read it from the primary asset ID? Or do I have to read it from... Hold on. From the mid-side spreader. Ah, yes. Oh, I think this is just... Uh... Okay. So we don't want to use this one, I think. Well, actually, we could use this one. So I need the your UObject class would be the lootable item data asset. Would this be the UObject we're looking into? I think it is. Is this looking at it as a... I think it is. Is this using the class, or is this just trying... Is this going to try to get a fucking reference to the item data asset? I think this is fine. I think this is a like here they're saying you use the object class. I guess like in theory you could actually just do this rather than doing the f name. And then this would be the lootable item data asset. Why are you yelling? Cannot resolve symbol property name. Oh, because is it not? Is this technically not a class, but it's actual a reference? How would you get the class of this? Interesting. So this is updating live based on whatever we need here. The member exists in class name. Class name. How do you get the class name? How do you get how do you turn this into a class? Like, how do I get this as like a flat value rather than a reference? I guess it's not able to resolve it because the property name. So if I just get the actual property, like for example, where the fuck I am, I'm in the wrong place. Rarity, does that work? Oh, the entire time it was just because it just, obviously because it didn't exist. Well, aren't I just stupid then? Okay, so find tag result, tag value equals tags and values, find tag. Is this going to give me whatever value type it is? Like at all? Doesn't matter what it is? So get tag value would not work in this case. Or can it? Can it still work? Could we possibly still make it work? What even is, like, what is this? What? F as a tag value reference. Okay, so how do we convert the tag result? Get value. Interesting. But that returns a string. Okay. Interesting. What is this original person doing? Doing a boolean. Interesting. Tag value. Try get as text, get value as export path as string. Let's try something. I want to try this original person's way of doing it. So this is tags and values, find tag. How would I go about converting that to... Because here, what they're doing is they're creating the variable beforehand, and then I guess this is doing a set, but it's doing it to a Boolean. I want to try and see. So we'll do this again. You can use... yeah, no, I should be able to do that. I'm thinking while I go. So we get the rarity. And then we don't need to do that, because then in here, let's do tag value. It's literally not what I wanted it to do. It's literally not. Please fuck off. And then this could be member of a class which does not overload operator. I'm not sure what the arrow is needed for there, if at all. I haven't updated it, but I'm afraid it'll break my project for GSO, so I just leave it as is. Ray, I just copy the files to an external hard drive. Copy the files. Okay, so that actually seemed to have worked. How do I move this? Dude, what the fuck are these controls, man? How do I move? There we go. I'm gonna move this up as like a reference. Because I might need it later. So this is gonna set the rarity. Now, here's something I'm thinking of doing. I believe if I do this, it's gonna yell at me because it's already been defined. However, if I just do this, can I just reuse the variable? But now instead of rarity, let's do tags. I have a feeling that's too good to be true. Something tells me that this isn't actually going to work. Because the person right below is saying, for more complex registry searchable tags, F gameplay tag get tag value will not work. So either they're lying or maybe it's true. To be fair, this isn't spitting out any errors, which kind of gets me a little sus. I'm a little sus of this. Whatever, let's just... what's the worst that could happen? So the next one is item size. Well, only one way to find out, I guess. Only one way to find out. Let me save everything, compile everything, save everything. And A rerun. Let's see what kind of errors pop up. Or maybe I just crashed my whole computer. Yeah. Oh. Lex from string no overloaded function could convert all the argument types. When we try to do the gameplay tag container, is that only occurring for the gameplay tag container? Nope. It's also happening for the enum. So is the float value the only one that's going through? Nope, not even that one. Wait, what? Where? Where is that going on? Wait, this is going on somewhere else. Or is that actually going on in here? Because I'm seeing the gameplay tag container in here. Referenced in function, and then there was nothing else. It was just quotation marks. The debugger died. If item search tags. I think, is this whole thing just broken? Is there something I'm supposed to do to a tag container to make this work? I don't think there's anything awfully specific about this, right? Is this what's breaking it right now? Where else do I have, is it because there's no, it's not initialized? No, it's doing f item search tags over here. So I don't think it's here. I think it's this. I'm pretty sure that's where the error is beginning. Gameplay tags aren't set up to work with asset registry tags? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. So you're telling me if I remove this from asset registry, and then try to run it, maybe it'll be fine. I hate how these errors don't even show me like where they're occurring. Pretty sure this is just how it's written. We've turned off everything in the function library. So it can't be that, surely. Oh. I'm stupid. I forgot to delete the asset registry searchable parts in the struct. That's probably what's going on. Why do you hate me? Do I have to like initialize? Like if I turned off everything else about this stuff here, that's fine. We can figure out the tag stuff. Do I have to initialize the tag container? Like what do I? The function override is get asset registry tags, by the way, if you wanted to go that route at some point. This is pain. This is suffering. This is yelling about the item search tags, I believe. The only place where we do that is in the struct. Is this for some reason just fucking just hates me? Do I have gameplay tags in the build CS file? Pretty sure we have gameplay tags already in here, so it'd be weird if it's not. Or am I crazy? Have we not? I swear we've used gameplay tags already. Okay, now we work backwards. Re-implement this. Poopy. Let's delete this. Get that out of my face. I don't want to see gas in here, okay? It's going to give me gas. Okay, and then we can re-enable this. But now the caveat is, how the flippity floppity am I going to read from? Okay, so if I remember correctly, gameplay tags are just strings. Just a shit ton of strings, right? Right? Just a bunch of strings or text. No, it's F text. No, it's strings. No, it's text. No, it's not text. It's names. No, it's one of those. Listen, it's one of those. So would I in theory just be, can you send an array to the asset registry? Someone posted here though that right here, for more complex asset registry searchables tags, example, f gameplay tag get tag value will not work. Instead, try this. So maybe this person was able to get a gameplay tag container into their asset registry. It's just a case of reading it. Or maybe this person's waffling. We got a lot of waffling in the UE forum. Not exactly the most reputable place. I'm curious, because out of curiosity. By the way, we should be able to re-implement item size. If I rerun this, this should work now with item size. No. Apparently not. Because it's an enum. Okay, so this only really works with shit like floats? Is that what I'm understanding? This only really works with floats. Ah, this is a nightmare. Because I tried, so we tried to use this one. The only thing is, how do we convert the tag result into the... An enum is just a bunch of bytes, so I'm surprised that this isn't even able to... Unless maybe tag values can be just converted into bytes. Can I convert this into a byte? Let me see what other asset data dot find tag get tag value reference. Get tag value is what we're doing here, but this is not working. What is it? What is a reference? Try and get the value associated with a given tag as a type converted value or an empty value if it doesn't exist. Try and get the value associated with a given tag as a type converted value. What? What's the difference? Oh, you actually specify the value type? Is that the difference? I'm curious if perhaps this one will work. But we want to do... Well, it doesn't hurt to try. We could get tag value with reference. Try and get the value associated with a given tag as a type converted value or an empty value if it doesn't exist. Let's see if it screams. Oh, it yells. Hmm. How you doing though, Brightside? Can the asset registry return a struct? Because if then I could just do one struct and then return a struct. And then set a struct on a struct. Because we already have the struct. I might as well just reuse the struct. Take this, rather than each of them being separate values. I don't know if that actually like does anything for us. That being said, we are running into the problem right here, which is see here they're doing tags and values, find tag, blah 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 blah. Which is interesting. The thing is, though, this spits out find tag result. I'm not sure how to convert the find tag result into the actual value type. Yeah. Tag value, because when we do this, it does get value. But then get value outputs a string. So do I have to convert the string into an enum? Is that what I'm getting here? Hmm. I sent my code in Discord. Hmm. Yeah, what I'm understanding is the tags. You're basically converting everything from this to strings, or strings back into the value that you want it to be. This might just be something we just say, fuck this for now, and then move on. This is an enum, though. This gets value. So this can get the value. but as a string. You could probably convert the string into an enum. It's technically just a byte. It's just a number. All that goes through. I think that's just a bunch of initialized stuff. This is my utility function. Let me see. String. Hmm. It's going through all the primary assets and iterating them for the asset tag. I might just be doing some preemptive optimization here. I might be a little too. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna do this for now. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna load everything for now. Because this might be above my well, let's just say this might be above my I'll leave this here. Or actually no, I'll put this here. Asset registry searchable for when we convert searching to using tags. I'll leave that there. I'm just gonna fucking load through everything for now because this might be beyond my skill level right now. Yeah, I see the tag value section. Data. Because I think I did use get tag value and it was spitting issues. Yeah, get tag value. But your tag value is always an F string. So you'd have to convert the F string. You have to be explicit with it saying, I'm looking for a string, not a float. Okay. So I might just, if that's the case, maybe, yeah, it is technically doing that here because it reads current search tags, which is struct. Okay, I might have to do this at a later time. I think for now we're just going to load everything. And then when we load everything, we'll be able to just read it directly from the object anyways without the tag system. But we know for sure if we want to optimize some of the memory, then that is an avenue, is doing this. I'm sure this will probably become an issue as we add more items to the game. You can do text name string. I noticed, yeah, it's a little bit limited. But I'd have to, I would have to essentially convert those into its corresponding parameter. I guess we technically... Well, the gameplay tags, that would be a big string. Just a big string separated by commas. It's fine. Fuck it. I feel like we don't even have like the overall system in yet. So I'm just going to say fuck it. We'll keep these values. We'll convert it to asset registry searchable when we get to that point. But for now, I'm just going to do this. Although, is it... Because we have the struct right here. Is it easy to convert a struct into a string? Converting a struct into a string. That's some psychotic shit. It could be done. You could do it. The question is, should we? Because I'm thinking, like, maybe in the data asset, maybe instead of these three things, we just use direct destruct. But yeah, whatever. We'll just read it separately. Fuck it. Whatever. Fuck it. Let's do it this way. Item tags. What did we call it? Item search tags. There you go. Now it's just one variable. Okay. Blueprint read only. I believe it's just, yep, it's just a read only. We don't want to set it. Well, obviously, it's a data asset, so whatever. Rerun. Here we go again. Here we go again. Okay. We're just going to get it in. Quick and dirty. Get this fucker in there. Get it in there, and then we're fine. Just get it in there. I don't know why there's a test. Test state tree, tag 2, tag 3. Who the fuck? Who made this? I can't easily remove tags. Whatever, just leave test in there. Okay. Let's start with the small, medium, large, thin, tall, medium, tall, large, tall. But let's just start with fucking getting this shit loading. We don't even need to do the filters right now. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about right now is just getting this shit loaded. We haven't done any of that yet. Oh. Arr. Arr. Can you unload objects? How am I doing? Hold on. How am I doing my item spawning? Item pickup. Where's the begin play? Here it is. Huh. It is just randomly picking from everything. So all of these are being loaded into memory at once. Anyways. Yep. Yeah, that's yeah. Yep. That's yep. That's, yep. Not what we would like to do. This just randomly picks something, but like either way, we're gonna change that anyways. So okay. Durability. So this is okay. Let's keep this here for now. And then in here, we're just gonna do this. I have stopped giving a fuck. This is not the right. This is not the right number. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Async load primary asset list. Wait. There was a way of loading an entire list. What was it? Well, I guess it's just we're back to this then. Back to this. I think this would be the way that we would asynchronously load all of them. What's the current task? Random item spawning, where we specify volumes. This kind of sucks because this would do it in every single actor. Loads a list of primary asset objects in memory. This will cause them to stay loaded until explicitly unloaded. The completed event will happen when the load succeeds or fails. Loaded list will contain all the requested assets found at completion. If load bundles are specified, those bundles are loaded alongside. Okay, I think this should be fine. I think the first object that loads in is going to do this first, and then all of the other ones are just going to go completed by default anyways. I think. I think. So we should be fine. We're going to do things quick and dirty for now because I want to get the system in, and then we can optimize it later. We know what we can do to optimize it, which is great. So we know what we can do, right? So first, probably want to keep these posts. Lauren is nice. I haven't listened to Lauren in a really long time, so I was like, hey, fuck it. Let's do it. We want to cast to the item data asset. ID isn't called every call, then it's fine, I guess. Yeah, it's more so the fact that I have no clue which things are not in memory by the time this is all completed. So we're basically keeping all of our assets in memory. That being said, the only things that are in memory are just going to be like text and strings and whatnot. Not ideal though. I don't know how many kilobytes that might eat up. Well, we'll find out. This is going to be a learning lesson for me and maybe for you. I don't know. For everybody in chat. So this is me reading from the lootable item data asset, but we technically don't need that. Maybe every volume could select an item that it could spawn, and then the item thing allows it to spawn in. Yeah. Because right now we're not dictating based off size or rarity or anything like that yet. So let's just do random. Or no, we could actually, we don't even need to load this. We choose a random array item. This will become chosen item, selected item. So we don't even have to load everything right now. We're just randomly choosing. Not the best thing, but whatever, fuck it. Begin play will randomly select it, and then here we'll spawn item in volume. We probably only want this to run. We'll do that in the other blueprint, I think. So we'd probably only want this to run on the server. Does that mean this would be replicated? We only want the server to have a reference to it. How you doing, Flick? This is going to be item, pickup, and then the item is going to be selected item. Before we do that, we want to load this. This is going to yell at me because I need to cast. Fell over in my yard from the store we had. Post wire snaps. I had to rewire it. Almost tore the whole thing out. Oh my god. Hi. That sounds stressful, dude. Now, this doesn't have the box yet, but we're just going to do get actor location. Get actor location. Try to adjust location. So that should be good. Velocity on spawn 0. Okay, server spawn item in volume. For now, in the default, we are going to swap out all of these server actor spawners. How is this actually spawning it? The actor is replicated. And then a check it has authority and then spawns the actor. I don't know if that's needed because the item pickup is already replicated. So I don't think the volume needs to be replicated. Let's find out. So on client side, we should see 5 objects. Except for that one object that apparently did not spawn anything. Might have just clipped through. So that's already working. Is it working in multiplayer though? Technically should. Yeah, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. Okay, so we don't need to have that to be replicated because it's the server handling it. And the only thing that needs to be run is the server spawn item and volume. Okay. Good start. Good start. Good start! Okay, great. Fantastic. But hold on, let me double check that the player can actually, that the other clients can actually interact with this stuff as they usually would. I don't know why that felt more limp than usual. Your one psycho friend who's ruining the entire run. Yeah, let me just, I'm just, doing some house cleaning. Nice. Then my neighbor came out because I was hammering the post down, just looking at me like, it's almost 10 a.m. Your sleepy weepy time is over. I woke up pretty early today. I gotta say, I woke up pretty early today. In fact, I think I deserve a walk because I need my back hurts. Hold on. Oh. I woke up at like 8:30. What? Dude, man. Come on, man. I'm sick. My body hurts doing that. I'm not doing any more push-ups. I'm not doing any more. I'm sick. That felt like ass to do. My chest hurts and everything. I'm still, dude, I hate getting sick because I feel like when I get sick for like 3 weeks. There's like a lingering something that stays in my system. Okay, so now that we have these items spawning, we don't actually want them to spawn by default. We want the manager to select which items to spawn by default. So, easy enough. Let's go into the cabin manager. And let's start doing some work here. Okay. Hey, thank you, Zero. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's a bit, this current game that I'm working on is a bit different than Super Hire. Because I am learning multiplayer and all this other stuff. Just a bit. Just a bit. I think if I were to do the other game, the sword game, that'd be more in line with Super Hire, I guess, because like action, slicing and shit. But yeah. How's learning multiplayer in UE5 been? Honestly, not that bad, because I think I just have a more technical grasp of everything in the engine now. I tried to do multiplayer a long time ago, but I think the thing is I struggle with that because I was still trying to learn a lot of just single player gameplay stuff. And if you don't know how to do something in single player, but then you try to do it in multiplayer, good fucking luck. I feel like that's like, that just makes it harder to just learn anything in general. Now that I kind of have some of that single player experience, I think going into multiplayer has been a bit more a bit more straightforward. And I'm also like trying to learn how multiplayer functions so that I'm not just like aimlessly adding custom events everywhere. Do I replicate to the server? You know what I mean? There's a little bit more thought put into it now rather than being like a headless chicken. So that does help for sure. Oh, great. The fucking item spawn points. I can't set them in here because if I do gather relevant, they're going to get all the wrong things that I don't want it to get. Luckily, these are all in here right now. So not an issue. That's one downside of this cabin manager. If you press this button, even if you're in a level instance, it gets all of the objects in the entire world, which really sucks. Because then what I have to do is I have to go in here, click this, double click this, which then brings me directly to just the level, and then I can push the button and properly have all this working. But, you know, kind of annoying. I was trying to figure out how I could potentially make it so it only looks for objects in the level instance. But at least in Blueprint, there's no way for me to determine that this is within a level instance. It just assumes that we're inside of level third person or the persistent world, which is not at all helpful. So level instances are almost like just a very advanced blueprint. And these are all just parented to that. I also tried to use get parent. Get parent does not work either. So I'm a bit of a... It's a bit annoying, as I do say. Okay, so from here, I guess let's just... shuffle the item spawn points. We'll shuffle the item spawn points. And then from there, we're going to do a for loop from 0 to... From 0 to... Well, this would only spawn one item, so let's at least do 2 items per cabin. And then 4 would mean 5 items. Let's have a chance for like 8 items spawning. And then from here, we're going to want to do get a copy. Oh, great, get a copy. I guess it's a copy of a reference. Check if it's valid. Actually, I probably want to do... Then we can do a get from here. Do you have a Lambo? Brother, I don't even have a driver's license. I don't... What do you mean? How am I supposed to... I can't even drive the car. I guess I could own a car. But then what's the point? I can't even drive it. And then in here, this will spawn the item in the volume. So this is going to go through, it's going to shuffle it, and it's going to select from... So in this case, if we get lucky, all of the items spawn something in this case, because that's how we have it set up. And now we can cut this. And now these should randomly spawn because we have the system doing it. Am I just getting really unlucky? I'm pretty sure one item should spawn in here. Hmm. So this reads from the spawn volume. Then these will spawn. You mean people shouldn't jump straight into multiplayer games? Yeah, maybe, maybe not. I finished all the translation for my game, so now it's final touches and I'm submitting the build to Steam. Hey, hell yeah. Good job. Why isn't this running? There's nothing in the selected item. Oh, I have a feeling that this object is loading before the spawn points are able to do their begin play. Is that what's going on? Oh, come on. Oh, that's fucking, add a delay. 1 second delay. Ain't no way. Oh, you motherfucker. Man. So, man, it's annoying. I'm like copy pasting this stuff in here, but then I have to go to the manager and like check what the updated ones are. Oh, this is gonna suck. I think I'm gonna do this differently. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do an overlap actors and just say fuck it. It doesn't matter because we're just gonna be doing that in editor anyways. So what I'm gonna do this. We're gonna clear it. And then we're gonna do overlap actors. I don't care. I don't care. Capsule overlap, component overlap turns an array of actors that overlap the given component. Oh, hey, well, let's see if that actually works. I don't know. World static, pawn, physics body, interactable, I guess. Okay, never mind. Box position, get actor, get bounds, origin, extent, only colliding components. Okay. We could do multiple overlaps. Like, that's not a huge problem. Are you kidding me? So with the class filter, it doesn't specify the type. Is it possible to convert this into a type? You don't tell me I have to do that one by one. Unless I can filter it? Let's see. If I do this, does that change the type? Yes. Okay, but like either way, this is already filtered, so I don't get it. This is making me wonder, maybe instead of doing an actor class filter here, I just set this to none. And then we can just copy this again. Let's do this. Overlapped actors. This should make my life a lot easier, so I don't have to like go into the separate level instance. Instead, it's going to just directly read from any of the overlapped actors and then just set it to that. Item spawn volume. And that's it. So now I should be able to, you see all these, so I should be able to, okay, all right, well, good, yeah, not working. Oh, right, it can't overlap anything that doesn't have collision. Ah! Is there a different type of overlap that doesn't require, like a collider? I believe this one should work now, though. If I were to go into here, edit this real quick. Good. It's only getting half of them. Is the box extent halved? I think the box extent is halved. No. Because if it was halved, then it wouldn't be able to get those two that are at the ends. Do I have a wife or girlfriend? Why do you ask? Oh, it's type world dynamic. The one thing in my array that I forgot to set. There we go. Now it's actually gathering them. But this one is not because these item spawn volumes don't have a collision. Is there a way to get actors in a space? Let's try that real quick. No, because I guess it's not overlapping. There has to be a way to get all actors without necessarily them having to have collision. I guess we could get all actors. And then we can check if their location matches the thing. But that might be a pretty gnarly operation to do. Oh. Our balls. Our balls. Yeah, I guess Like you're micro saving at this point. Like at that point, like the thing is, this is just an editor tool, so I'm not like too worried about it. Even if it lags for like a couple seconds, and you know, whatever. Fuck this box overlap actors. As much as you know what, I'm gonna keep you. I'll keep you around, but I think we're gonna have to do this one. So electrical, I know this one for sure. Spits out an output, which in this case is actually kind of annoying. Okay, oh, shit. Unless there's a way to check here. Filter array. Nope. Okay. Bounds. When was the last time I stood up? Like a few moments ago. A few moments ago. Is location in box? Is? Where is it? Is point in box? Box. Aha. Is vector inside box? Box. Box min, box max. How do I turn this into a box again? Box. Make box. Make box with origin. Yes. Yes. Is point in box. Is in box add to thing. Add. Unique. Very good. Shitty code, but it passes. It passes the test. Okay, so that's electronic actors. Let's see, I don't have any in here. However, we got some in here. Does this one work? Yes! It's like nothing ever changed. A stupid app. Dude, Notion updates like every 6 hours, and then it yells at you that you haven't updated it within that time frame. Honestly, I'm starting to fucking hate it. It's starting to piss me off. I'm not gonna lie. It's starting to fucking piss me off. I feel like there is such thing as updating too often. And then yelling at me that I haven't updated. Ding! It's a version 6.3.7.2 is now out now. Probably adding some more fucking AI slop. Alright, well, this one sucks balls. Goodbye. This is the new goods. So now I'm going to put this one here. I guess we could just put a sequence here. Like a smart person. This is then going to do spawn volumes. That's going to break the... Actually, it did not. Yes, it did. Never mind. Just kidding. Ha ha. This should now work. Okay, this should now work. So now if I click here and then click gather, it'll gather all the spawn points here. However, it's 9 currently. What if I take this spawn volume and put it in here? So we'll put 2 here, put another one in here, in this room. Okay. And then if I gather this, 6. Hold Alt to open it. Oh, interesting. 6 seems about right. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We did it. And then this, when I do this, it should stay at 9. Yes. Random item spawns out of nowhere. Oof. And they're all balls. Damn it, balls. So now let's see. Are any items spawning in here? Ah, yes. Yes. And we got some good RNG. All of these items spawned. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at the Trello again. We've created a volume blueprint. However, there's no volume system yet. Cabin manager array for item spawn volumes. Done. Cabin manager choosing which volumes at random to spawn items to. Done. Now, we need to add some more tasks. Filter which item can be spawned in space. Example, item size, rarity, etc. So that's the next thing we need to do. However, this is the start. We've got some, we have the beginnings of a video game slowly coming together. The beginnings of a video game coming together. Very good. And we improved our little cabin manager thing, which is fantastic. Very, very cool. Very cool. Am I annoyed about the fact that it takes 1 second for everything to spawn in? Yeah, a little bit. But I think either way, things are going to probably take a little second anyways. We'll probably put a little tiny loading screen or a loading bar when the server loads in. So this, okay, we're slowly getting the vibe of how the game would go. Very cool. Okay, we definitely want to make like lockers though. I think that's something I'd like to do. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Fire extinguisher next to a fire. Well, that's pretty fitting. Okay. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the video game. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it come together. And then you get your friends over here. Everyone's dropping their shit over here. And then I have a fire extinguisher stuck on my fucking face. Oh, that's good. That's probably because it took a while to load in. Yeah. Love that. Love that for me. Great. I got a penis stuck to my fucking screen. This penis shadow or whatever that looks like. All right. I'm don't do that. Don't make that noise. Good. Dude, hell yeah. Why do we have so many fire extinguishers? I don't know why. Is this foreshadowing? All right. Sick. All right. Cool. Now we just need to do lockers. Hell yeah. Which means we need to do the rotating door. Hell yeah. But it's feeling really good. I'm already starting to see, like, the little pieces of, like, how players would navigate, like, cabins. Quickly go in, take a look, a peep. Maybe if there's a locker, you know, open the locker or something. You know what I mean? And then when shit gets dark, it's like, oh shit. You know what I mean? You get reminded of the type of game you're playing. It's feeling good. I'm happy with that so far. It's a very stupid version of it so far, but I'm feeling good. Now let's model a locker. One, the locker needs to be able to fit the player because we want it to be a hiding spot. So that means I guess I'll just model it in here. Who gives a fuck? We need to be able to fit the player into the locker. At least their crouched form. I'm pretty sure I have a version. Oh, here he is. I need you. We have work to do. Okay. So, you've been chosen to be stuffed into a locker. Yeah. Maybe not your finest job requirement, but yeah. Okay. Let's see. How big? So probably like this. Probably like this. We have to remember that we are actually the sausage characters or the people. The sausage people are not like humans. There are humans that live in this world, but we also have to assume that we have to remember that this is like a Monsters Inc. moment where like the passengers are basically monsters and we know that they're monsters and they can kill us at any moment. And humans know that they're monsters. So the lockers probably would be abnormally larger than like us, for example, if that makes sense. So we can actually go a little bit goofy with it in terms of size proportions. I think it's perfectly fine if we do. So let's do a little bit like this. Okay. I just cool all over again. Yep. I'm going to probably want a top compartment. Being able to hide behind it, but it just shows their feet. That could be kind of funny. That could be kind of funny. The thing is, this is going to be, the door is going to be the thing that hides you, but it would be funny to have a coat in here that kind of like rustles around a little bit and it just looks enormous. It's a little bit of story, some story elements. No, I think just one top compartment is fine. And then let's get a door in here. The door is going to have to be a separate object, considering what we need to do with it. And then I think it'd be funny that there's a little spot for your head to look through, kind of like here. I like this. We're gonna redo it here. We're gonna do it so you can see through it. And I think that's pretty fun. I like little things like that. I love little fun things like that. Am I going to really stretch it? I shouldn't. Reduce the array. I think that's fun. Yeah, that's fun. I like that. We're gonna need a handle on this bad boy. Let's go ahead and do we copy the handle there, or do we make like maybe, I guess we could copy the handle there. Should probably stick to kind of like the design language that we got going on. A half donut cutout? Ooh, you know what? Actually, good. I like, hold on, wait. We could do something a little different. Hold on. First off, let me just do this real quick. Little detail at the top there. But I like the idea of the circle is a good idea. So here's what I'm thinking for the circle. Great, I'm gonna have to do it there. Well, this is gonna be annoying because I don't have enough space here. Am I really? Yeah, I guess I am. I suppose I am doing that then. The annoying thing about this is now, because I want to do a circle, I now have to bevel this in like the weirdest way possible. Don't you worry, we'll fix this. We'll fix this right up. Like this. Crimson, you're not supposed to be modeling like that. Yeah, whatever, man. Get in line. Beginner artist screaming at the N-gons. Yep. Whoop, whoop. There we go. And then we can do to circle to make it a perfect circle. And then, I guess, would we want a handle on the inside of the locker? I guess it would make sense, right? It would only make sense. Yeah, maybe we do like a little thing in here. Maybe we do something different on the inside. So here's what I'm thinking. And then a little piece of pizza. Might have not been what you had in mind, Flick. But, it's what I'm thinking. There a link or description of this game? Not yet. There's no like public stuff yet. But it is a co-op horror survival game. Kind of like Repo, Lethal Company. Within the realm of those games. It's about as public as it gets. Yeah, it's basically as public. There's a Steam page, but it's not public. So it's quite literally in very early stages. Still relatively early. I don't know when we're gonna make them public. Probably in a couple months. Probably in a couple months, I think. Yeah. Solo? Yeah. Yeah, basically solo right now. This will be main. We also need the handle. All of our handles have a very specific style. They have like a color associated to them. And I guess that just creates a color identity for players. It'll be locker dash door. That's not, I did not want to call that locker door. I want this to be called locker door. And this will be locker main. Does anyone do a lot of heavy lifting? You still have to do quite a bit, but it's not as much as like if you were to like code your own engine or something like that. Like it comes with a replication system and whatnot. It's just a basis of you utilizing it correctly. So you're not like overloading it or anything like that. So that's really it. Okay, so this will be our locker. Lumen could look nice in this game inside the trains. I don't want to fuck with Lumen, honestly. I'm staying away from all that stuff with like a 2-foot pole. I'm just kind of like, you know, I think I'm okay. I think I'm all right. I'm sure it would look cool, but have I always been in Unreal? For about like 12 something years. When I first started game dev, I tried out Unity for like a week. But not enough of a good, like not enough of a good enough try, obviously, but yeah, I just ended up going with Unreal instead because it just, I guess, resonated more for me. Lumen fucked my project. It almost makes it sound like that. I don't know what that meme is. It's like, something fucked my wife. Almost. I don't know where that meme is from. I don't even know where that like popped up in my head. I don't know. I just work here. I just work here. I've run out of tea. All right, locker door, locker main, lock her up. Source control check. I haven't submitted in like a week. Next question. I'm pretty sure I have a rotating door somewhere. All right, locker door. So this will be, I guess it'll just be metal. And then the usable material. It looks a bit like that. At least for now. This stuff is probably going to change at some point, but it's fine for now. Let's see, what did it give for the collision? Because this one we probably just want to use complex just to simplify my life for now. And then for the door, that's fine. It should just be a box. Yeah, it does not need to be beveled. Just add a box. Okay. Be like me, push a broken build to your main, then you're forced to fix it. Aha, very good. Ah, of course, yes. Very good, very good. Wait. Why did I turn off smooth sync on this? Oh, I turned it on over here. Is that a good idea? What was I thinking when I did that? Well. Yeah, well, just whatever. Whatever. I should have just by default set the component to am I stupid? I'm stupid. I'm whatever. Pfft. Whatever, man. Okay, let's make a blueprint class called BP_locker. Locker. And that's not what I want. Thoughts on making a jerry can of oil to lube the lever when it gets stuck? Let's not get too crazy over here, okay? Let's not get too crazy here, okay? All right, let's not get too crazy. Why didn't I just copy the furnace door? I'm stupid. But the oil can set your friends on fire? I like the sound of that, but also slightly psychotic. Okay. Locker. Let's slap a locker over here just so we can see what it looks like. Okay. Wrong button. We're just gonna do this locally for now. Yes. One might say this is perfect. Okay. We're almost there. However, there are many things we still need to do. I'm going to copy the furnace door, though, because this is a good... in fact, I don't really know why I didn't just copy it. Whatever. So the locker will be... We need to set it to replicated, which is stupid, but, you know, alas. The furnace door... Yeah, net update frequency is 25. It's got smooth sync. We want to set the smooth sync component to the door. The only thing we want to check up on is the rotation. Okay, position and scale is turned off. Velocity, we technically don't care about. It's just angular velocity. So I'm actually kind of surprised that the furnace door has that. I don't know, whatever. No problem. No problem at all. Let's go ahead and copy this. But I first need to add the interaction interface. What is Smooth Sync? It is a plugin that helps with syncing transforms over multiplayer. Very, very neat way of doing stuff for sure. So this has a system that allows it to fully snap closed in its close rotation. I don't think, well, we'll see. We'll see if we need it here. We'll see if we need it here. Camera lock mode. Let's try with this first. Let's lower the movement speed. Let's start with that as a base. So we can hide in the locker. I can get out of the locker. It likes to really close itself shut, which probably means it's colliding with itself. It is colliding with its with the door, which is kind of annoying, a little bit, little annoying. So I might pull this bad boy out a little bit, just to stop it from doing that. But I think something we do want to do is put that locking system in. Well, it also determines, it tells us, hey, is the door like fully locked? So let's copy, we'll copy this code. That'll go into door. That'll go into door as well. We can set the tick rate of this door to during physics. No, wait, post physics. Where the fuck? This is basically a way of just fixing the door so it doesn't like break off its hinges somehow. Somehow. Even with the constraints, it has moments where it'll break itself. Okay, so this will basically, once the door closes on itself, as long as someone isn't handling it, it's going to lock itself. Which is a nice way of doing stuff. So it's if I go like this, and then throw the door, it won't like bounce. It'll just lock itself. Which makes sense in a train. These would probably want to lock itself anyways. We probably have some sort of like clamping system or something that would lock it. So that's perfect. As a player, you can just whoop, just lock it, just slam it into yourself, and then it won't like do some weird stuff. All right, now it just needs sound effects and whatnot, and then we're good. And then obviously spawning items inside of it. So let's copy one over into the cabin. Let's just slap one over here. This will become our kind of our little testing ground. This is a locker, and then let's get an item to spawn in here. Now we would probably do this differently. Because if a sphere spawns here, which is too big, it's going to probably... Well, let's just say it's not going to have a good time. Let's just say it ain't going to have a good time. So this should now become 8. Nice. Okay, what? Am I just getting really unlucky and nothing is spawning in here? Or is there a collision box I don't know about? No? We do have a max item count, but it should still be spawning it. Oh. It didn't save. And now... flashlight. That looks like a camera. I want to see what it would look like if it... See, another thing we're gonna have to do with the item spawns is make sure that it doesn't clip inside of the object. Like, if it's not perfectly placed, it should allow itself to, like, spawn in the right spot. There we go. I want to see what it looks like when it spawns a sphere. Hey, look at that, a fire extinguisher. Just what I needed. It's about to get real dark in here. I feel like it should be darker when you enter like a locker space like this. We need to give the door a little bit of angular dampening. Maybe a bit more. There we go. Okay. Okay. Maybe add more vignette when hiding in a hiding spot. Yeah, that I could see that being really good. Yeah, that could definitely be. That could be great. How would we determine if you're in a hiding spot? I guess if you're like crouched and there's like objects all around you, we could increase the vignette. I don't want to do a volume because if possible, you know what? Maybe the vignette is a good gameplay element though. Because we are going to have to determine if you're hiding or explicitly trying to hide in a space. The vignette could be a great way of like being like, hey, ooh, you're kind of hidden. Or your visibility is decreased or something. Cool. We've done some great progress today, chat. Very, very good progress. This just needs some sound effects, nice squeaky sound effects. That's exactly what that would sound like, by the way. Yes. Maybe a little eye icon that shows up at the top of the screen. If we can try to avoid doing more UI stuff, I think I'd be happy, because I feel like there's already a lot of AI, or not AI, UI here. So if we can try to make it subtle with like a vignette and maybe a little bit more, because sometimes a vignette is not too obvious when it's on screen. Yeah, maybe like a little eye or something could be good, but so let me see some stuff when opening the door. Let's see, does it play nice if we instead make it so we lock the camera? But then the question is, what if you try to lock it on yourself? Only problem is you move the locker really fast. I think this might be a case where I actually don't like the camera lock mode too much. I think I'd actually prefer it to be the player character actually moving it with their camera. Let's go back up to let's do 1.5. We can try this. Maybe we try to re-implement some of the camera movement back in. That doesn't feel too bad. We forgot something I needed to do though. Putting a little like slot in here. Some sort of slot. Doesn't have to be like a crazy detail. Just a little something something. I think it'd also be kind of cool putting in little indicators of like how this would what's the word I'm trying to find? How this would spin. Can easily use some really small cubes for that. One at the top and the bottom. So just a little something something, and then let's just add, I guess, how would doors lock in a train if it is a rotating door? Broken locker that has the door get unhinged when you open it? Dude, that... and then it makes a big clanky noise. How would you determine if the door is broken, though? Maybe it's like fucking lopsided and shit. That'd be funny. I like that. I like that idea. What's oh yeah, or the grate is all fucked up. That could be great. No pun intended. And maybe the grate being fucked up doesn't give you as much hiding potential. Okay, so yeah, like a latch of some sort. What would the design for that look like? I guess it could be anything. Let's just do a cube. Let's just do a cube. Fuck it. Let's not get too crazy. Let's not get too crazy, man. Let's not get too crazy. I could sit here for hours trying to engineer what a fucking thing like this would look like. There. Problem solved. There's a random percentage chance of breaking, so it's risky but might work. How, as a player, how do you save yourself from causing the big noise if the thing breaks off? It'd be a good idea to put like some little, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I know it's a detail, but it wouldn't be a half bad idea putting some little holes on the side here. Just to at least be like, hey, you know, it's such a basic fucking object. We gotta do a little something to it, you know what I mean? It's okay if we add a little bit of detail. It's not gonna hurt anybody. Okay. And then we can just do something like this. This technically wouldn't latch on. So, like, what would be our design? This would have to be like... I'm not sure. Anyways, I don't want to over-design it right now. This is just to have some sort of geo there. It's magnets. It uses magnets. Yeah, it's magnetic. Exactly. It's magnetic. Now you're talking. Now you're talking my language. Hell yeah. Little details. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. Although we are going to have to fix the locker's collision because it's probably going to be too much. Let me make sure that it didn't mess up my collision, which it probably did. Oh, would you look at that? It did. Cool. I am noticing, however, that your rules not entirely lined up. They added a bit of a gap. Whoopsies. Let's fix that a little bit. Close enough. I'm happy with that. We could even make those details like thicker. Like I honestly think we could thicken those details. Of course, this is fucking up because. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so cube. The collision is messing it all up because now it's a little bit, it's slightly more complex. Okay, we're just gonna make some really simple cubes. For our collision. Fun stuff, fun stuff. Put this at the very top. And last but not least, the back side. The back. Okay. Now we'll select the main, grab everything else, and then create collision for it. Nice. Now, when I export this, it should now import my collision. Unless there's probably a thing that I have to do with the collision, if I remember correctly. All right, we're good. Now it's using my collision that I made for this object, which should fit. Yes. Okay. So now our door should open just fine. You can kind of do that though, which I'm not too fond of. You can like Oh, you want to hit your friend in the face? Well, just load up your... Oh, I broke it. Okay. Well, whatever. What can you do? Maybe then at that point we just break it off its hinges. Suit for hire style. See those little details though? You see how much that adds? I think those little details go such a long way. Nobody can tell me otherwise these days. Everybody's like, I've had people be like, you know, are you sure you should have those details? It's probably like not useful. Yeah, whatever, man. Sugma. Uh-oh. It's probably not the best geometry. I should probably do that. Details always matter in my honest opinion. For something that's so simple, having these little geometrical details, I think adds like a lot. I think it adds a lot. It's so simple, but it makes the piece feel like it has a little something to it, you know what I mean? It has a little bit of the, it has a feeling of like, there's some mechanical elements to it. I do think we can thicken this though. For the type of art style we're going for, I think thickening the hinges might be a good idea. Okay, let's re-export that. I saw a bunch of stretching. There we go. Now, of course, we'll probably like give it a different texture or a different material, but this is good for now. Yeah, nice little details. I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm doing mostly solid colors and high geo detail for my game because I hate texturing. I'm just using solid fucking random ass materials just because I don't really care too much just yet about all of that. Except for this, because I'm noticing, you notice how the door is like repeating? That's kind of annoying. There we go. A little bit more randomness. I hate how I have to keep going in here just to delete this one box, though, because it just keeps trying to regenerate the collision. Anyways, looks good. Feels good. I'm happy. It has some gameplay element to it with, like, being able to see through the window. It's another thing for you to interact with in the world that you'd have to, like, open up and stuff. It can lock itself. It just doesn't have sound effects yet. So that will be the next step, is some sound effects. But I'm not gonna do that right now. Yeah, very happy with that. The game is starting to get some small elements of like looting and whatnot, which I think is great. Wait. No. The only 2 items that spawned in here were in this locker. Yeah, nothing else has spawned in this area. Just those 2 items in the locker. Maybe 3 should be the minimum item spawning. Not just 2. There's some certain spots where, like, the sound effects don't match up very well. But that's okay. Get ammo? Yeah, feeling good. Feeling good about this. Hell yeah. All right. Almost 5-hour stream. I think I'm going to give my voice some rest. I might work a little bit more. But, quite happy with the progress of today. Quite happy. I gotta give these two rotating things sound effects. Everything else, this has a sound effect. This got a sound effect before the furnace did, and the furnace was made before that one. Stuff in my locker with cubes. Let's add another hour of streaming. Dude, I gotta give my voice a rest. Because I'm still sick. I don't want to get more sick. What's really cool too is that you can kind of see through here. And if there's an item in there, you can kind of check that out. But of course, you'd have to open it to see if there's an item on the top section. So... cool. What? Why did the... huh. Alright. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, problem for future me, who will definitely remember what just happened there. I'm too lazy and I'm not writing it down. Alright. I'll see you guys, tomorrow. I think. Yeah. I think. Do I have anything going on tomorrow? Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for dropping by, everybody. Thanks for lurking, chatting, and sticking around. Remember to commit and push. Yeah, I should probably, do submit on the version control. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Anyways, the video game is slowly feeling like a video game. Crazy, I know. It's starting to slowly feel like a video game. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know if I'll start early again. We'll see if I wake up that early. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. Well, goodbye. Have a great day. Okay, goodbye. See you later. I'm gonna go maybe eat something. I'm kind of hungry. I don't know. Yeah. All right. Goodbye.